state of the peasants under Nicholas. So how did the peasants, how did they feel, and how did he address the issue of serfdom? Yeah. So now the state of peasants attracted considerable official interest in Nicholas' reign and became a focus of the government's legislative activity. So in 1836, the Tsar entrusted N.D. Kislov with the task of reforming this position. And in the process of preparing his reign, this law accumulated a wealth of material which throws light on every aspect of his life. This provides the basis for examining the rights, duties, and conditions of the state peasants before and after even he took over. Now, during the first half of the 19th century, the number of state peasants increased throughout the entry into their ranks of freed serfs, who either chose or were ordered to become state peasants when given their freedom. They will become state once they get their freedom. When the 8th census was taken in 1835, the proportion of state peasants to the total number of peasants was 34%. At the 10th census in 1858, it had again risen to 40%. And so the common characteristics of all various groups of state peasants, many of which retain peculiarities indicative of their origin, was the fact that they had no other master but the states, as Peter had stated it in his legislation, and so on and so forth. Now there was a code. Yeah, so previously they interpreted them to apply either in the narrowest sense to the black plowing peasants of Homois, the former economic peasants, of course, the descendants of petty servicemen, and the Cossacks made up another 25%, while the crown peasants of the Polish and Baltic provinces accounted for 8%. So we know that these were many people there. Now there was a code. The code of law defined the state peasants as free rural dwellers. Unlike serfs, they had civil and political rights. In common with other free classes, they took the oath at the accession of a new Tsar. And so they were represented at the constitutive assemblies on the rare occasions when these assemblies met. So they were there. This had been the new position of the peasants, and that was under Nicholas. Now, okay, so there are a number of reasons for this contrast between the status of the state peasants as reflected in the code of law and the common view that they were serfs of the state. So that also give you so in the second half of the 18th century, the peasants labored under very rare legal disabilities. And of course, Semekis' account of this their condition at this time in his Christian versus Zas Tovin, the second, published between 1901 and 1970, has influenced all subsequent writings and thinking about their status, and even their condition, even long before this time. So during Nicholas I's reign, in the course of implementing a reform of the states, which involved transfers of peasants under Udell administration, the military overhead the state peasants say that was not free from the state. Anyway, this is someone's quotation. That is not any way. Another reason for the contradictory interpretation of the status of the state peasants was the dual relationship that existed between them and the state. On the one hand, the state peasants faced the state in common with other sections of the peasantry as taxpayer and recruited to the army. On the other hand, he also faced the state as a tenant, paying a rent known as obuk for the use of the state land. And so they performed dual rules. Though Nicholas I was convinced of the evil of serfdom, he lacked the courage to force the emancipation of the serfs upon a gentry who still clung to its privileges. And then look at the nobilities and found that they were those who owned this one, so how could he phase this canker out. But he felt freer to tackle the reforms of the state peasants. He regarded reform of the state peasants as one facet of the peasant question in general, and hoped this way to give the gentry a lead. That's I'm talking about the gentry, the nobility, and the people. Now, while desiring the abolition of serfdom, the Tsar and his advisors were somewhat apprehensive of the inevitable void which would be created if the Pomshik renounced administrative functions over their serfs, which they had been performing for good or evil for 200 years or 2 centuries. Now, and so there were also foreign policies of Nicholas. What Nicholas did, yeah, during his administration. Now, so he acted as the protector of ruling legitimism and guardian against revolution. He said, I didn't know, yeah. His office to suppress revolution on the European continent accepted in some instances, earned him the label of gendarme of Europe. Now, in 1830, after a popular uprising had occurred in France, the Poles in Russian Poland revolted. Nicholas crushed the rebellion, abrogated the Polish constitution, and reduced Poland to the status of a Russian province. So he did all this. In 1848, when a series of revolutions convulsed Europe, Nicholas was in the forefront of reaction. And in 1849, he intervened on behalf of the Habsburg and helped suppress an uprising in Hungary, and also urged Prussia not to accept a liberal constitution. Having helped conservative forces rebel, the specter of revolution, Nicholas seemed to dominate Europe at this time, and we did not want changes at all. So this was some. Now, Nicholas considered himself the supreme guardian of European order and was ever on the watch to oppose any revolution in either form. He was generally in strained relation with France, especially in the time of Louis Philippe, who became king not by the grace of God, but by the will of the people. That is a very funny thing. So during the revolutionary ferment of 1848-49, he had the Prussian king to infuse the imperial crown, cooperated with the Austrian emperor in suppressing the Hungarian insurrection, and compelled the Prussians to withdraw their support from insurgents. So these were some of the things that Nicholas did in the area of foreign affairs. Yeah, did in the area of foreign affairs. Now, so education and intellectual life there, the growth of the Russian intelligentsia. I think this is what I'm interested. So whatever its special uses, the word intelligentsia is clearly bound to suggest some relationship to the intelligence or knowledge or intellectual power. But from the beginning of its use in Russia, a complication existed. The word intelligentsia, as meaning men of knowledge, was immediately implicated in the struggle of Russian intellectual life, especially by the sisters. The words knowledge, enlightenment, and even science had themselves become controversial terms. Enlightenment in particular had become the slogan of the state. Intelligentsia immediately shared this tendentious character, and the membership of the intelligentsia included from the beginning all those enlightened spirits who were in pursuit of that truth which should set Russia free. They saw that Russia was so primitive, and they were some of the things because the kings were autocrats, and so they needed to set them free. To be a member of the intelligentsia, that signified not merely to know, but to know in an effort to advance the cause of national freedom and progress. All Russians who thought seriously at all were indeed likely at the time of the 60s to be thinking about the one great cause of Russia's welfare and national destiny, and so on and so forth. So, from the beginning of its use in Russia, intellectual life, intelligentsia suggests a unity, a community of thought and attitude. Its members, however, diverse, belong together on the same platform. So they wanted certain changes there, certain changes in Russia. Now, by the beginning of the 20th century, Russian intellectual life was marked by the dramatic event of intellectuals. We had intellectuals such as Bergel and Bulgakov dropping out of the intelligentsia. Now, the intelligentsia by the time had clearly become something like an ideological fashion. It then remained only for activists such as Lenin to give leadership a political program drawn from inherited ideological principles for the history of the intelligentsia to end in the political, to end in the political activity of the Bolshevik Revolution. So, from being a diffuse description of a loosely recruited circle of critics of the Russian scene, the term intelligentsia thus came to designate the bearers of a revolutionary movement, a conservative professor or a rationary minister of education would obviously not be counted among the intelligentsia in the strict sense of the word he has used in Russia. So, on the other hand, an illiterate might belong to the intelligentsia if he shared his way of thought and eventuality, possibly in principle, but of course unlikely in fact. And that is how you say the isolation of the intelligentsia in 19th century Russian life. It's a fact of many facets. By social origin, they were typically in revolt or at least in separation from their parental class and occupation. In age, the most active members of the intelligentsia were remarkably youthful, and they showed the intensity as well as, or their intensity as well as their impulsiveness of the youth. Perhaps even the unprofessional nature of their training and the wide-ranging character of their thought is also an aspect of their separation from any established function in the national community. Geographically, the intelligentsia is a phenomenon of the capital, perhaps some sign of their distance from the grassroots of Russian life is indicated by that fact. Okay, so let's look at Alexander II. Reforms, reforms, and how he handled the serfs. That is the most important thing here. I want to know in Russia. You're good doing the comparison. So Nicholas, following the demise of Nicholas, Alexander II took over. A new regime came to power with his son Alexander. Alexander II would preside over the greatest changes in Russia since the time of Peter the Great. So the most important changes that will come here will be Alexander II. And so look at how he emancipated the serfs and other things. That's the most important thing here. Yeah. As I said, the things are many, so you're not going to learn all these things. Now, the new Tsar was as often against as for these changes had to be pushed all the way. But nevertheless, he did allow himself to be convinced and to make decisive moves. Unfortunately, there's a degree the reforms, like reformers, like the reformers, he intended to preserve autocracy intact, even though he set out to initiate reforms. For autocracy in Russia, he decided he wanted to maintain it intact. He decided to maintain it intact. Then in Russia, he decided to maintain it intact there in Russia. Okay, so now it's important like, for us to have an idea about. Now, at first, they initiated, the initiated reform came from the government during the Crimean War, because it demonstrated the weakness, the backwardness, and all that of the French, of the Russians, and its implication, especially in the era of modernity. So during the Crimean War, however, Hezan and other emigrant radicals raised their voices, and inside the country, even conservatives among the gentry and intelligentsia began to secrete memoranda proposing reforms of various kinds, because of course they saw that they were far behind. None of this had any effect, as these groups were too small and had little echo even among the educated sectors of their social life. So the situation changed with the Peace of Paris in March 1856, which put an end to the war. Now, the war had revealed that the unreformed autocracy was no longer capable of maintaining Russia's position in the world and would have to develop a more modern economy. Serfdom was the main obstacle to Russia, to the Russian society. Soon after the signing of the peace, Tsar Alexander spoke to the assembled gentry of the province of Moscow. So now the mere fact of such a pronouncement, that too much of the top aristocracy, that's those people that spoke, in his first major publication pronouncements. So that's very important. The mere fact of such a pronouncement was unusual, and the consent even more so. He warned the nobles, remember the gentry, that the peasant question now had to be addressed. So he had to address the issue of serfdom and all that. It was much better, he told them, that should be resolved from above than from below. Take note of this. In other words, the state had to reform the countryside, or the nobles will face a peasant revolt. And so Alexander's reforms, let's see, Alexander the second, or it should be Alexander the second attempts at reforms. There are some Alexander the second attempts at reforms. By an odd twist of fate, defeat in the war proved of value to the new Tsar. How could he turn things down? How could he reform his country? And these were the issues. Now, the war changed all that. Although he had been trained for government from an early age, foreign observers had remarked on how diffident and unsure he appeared. Now, the war changed all that. Coming to the throne in 1855, in the middle of the conflict, Alexander II was unable to save Russia from military failure. By the humiliation convinced him that if his nation was to have stability and peace at home and be honored abroad, military and domestic reforms were initially vital, but they were needed. So the first step on that path would be the removal of serfdom. So he had to remove serfdom, whose manifest inefficiency benefited neither lord, peasant, nor nation. Because the serfs, they were not ready for changes. And they would tell you that, no, our grandfathers did not do it that way. They wanted to use hoes. Even they were not ready to adopt any modern, use cutlasses, and if you want to use them to adopt new, even the use of new weapons, and they said, no. That's not what their grandfathers used. So they want to stick to the old, to the tradition. That was bad. And its challenges and revolts were many, and therefore they needed to. So remove that issue of serfdom. So Alexander declared that despite Russia's defeat, the end of the war marked a golden moment in the nation's history. Now was the hour when every Russian under the protection of the law could begin to enjoy the fruits of his own labors. So Alexander was right in thinking the time was propitious. It had long been appreciated that some land reforms was necessary. So the social and economical governments were now added powerful military ones. So the army was the greatest symbol of Russia's wealth. As long as its army remained strong, Russia could afford to ignore its backwardness as a nation. But the Crimean defeat had undermined this notion of Russia's invincibility. Few now had reasoned, uh, yeah, had reasoned now or has raised objections to reform. Serfdom was manifestly not working at all. It had failed the nation and had to be phased out. So it was in 1856, the second year of his reign, Alexander II announced to the nobles of Russia that the existing condition of owning souls cannot remain unchanged. It is better to begin destroying to begin to destroy serfdom from above than to wait until that time when it begins to destroy itself from below. So that was his famous statement. Alexander made this statement. If I ask an objective who made this statement, it's Alexander. These words have often been quoted. What is less often cited is his following sentence. I ask you, gentlemen, to figure out how all this can be carried out to completion. Alexander was determined on emancipation, but he should judge that by making over um, to the landowners the responsibility for detailing how this was to be done. He had made it very difficult for them either to resist its command or to blame him if their plans were subsequently shown to be faulty. And so that was it. So over the next 5 years, thousands of officials sitting in a range of committee drafted plans. Yeah, they drafted plans for their
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. We can't hear you. Hello.
Yes, I think it could be network. Madam,
Okay.
Then senior justice, I'll let
Yeah.
you because you need to talk to him so that he get back to us.
Okay, okay, okay.
I see. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Doc.
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you. We are on Alexander the Second reforms. We go to the
Yeah,
third
I'm actually interested in. Yeah, I'm actually interested in emancipation. That's his reform. That is only the emancipation that I'm actually interested. So if I ask you anything, it is that. The things are many. We are not supposed to do all these things. So that's why I'm just jumping some of them, which I will not bring it anyway. So yeah. So you have to have it. Let's look at the significance of the emancipation. That is what. Okay, let's look at let's only look at emancipation. Okay, so emancipation proved the first in a series of measures that Alexander produced as part of a program that included legal and administrative reforms and extension of press university freedoms. So he did that. But behind all these reforms lay an ulterior motive. Alexander II was not being liberal for its own sake. According to official records kept by the Ministry of the Interior, there had been 712 peasant uprisings in Russia. So that will give an idea about and these uprisings, its effects and the number of casualties and all those things that will so producing unfavorable instability and all that there. So 712 peasant uprisings in Russia between 1826 and 1854. And by granting some of the measures that the interjection had called for, while in fact tightening control over the peasants, Alexander intended to lessen the social and political threat to the established system that those figures frighteningly represented. Again, he hoped that an emancipated peasantry, thankful for the gifts that a bountiful Tsar had given them, will provide physically fitter and morally worthier recruits of Russia's army, the symbol and guarantee of Russia's greatness as a nation. And so there is a sense in which the details of emancipation were less significant than the fact of the reform itself. Whatever its shortcomings, emancipation was the prelude to the most sustained program of reform that Imperial Russia had yet experienced. There's also the irony that such a sweeping move could not have been introduced except by a ruler with absolute powers. It could not have been done in a democratic society. The only comparable social change of such magnitude was President Lincoln. Yeah, President Lincoln's freeing of the Negro slaves in 1865. So have you seen the comparison here? So that's why we mentioned President, Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln's day. So you would then see Alexander II, Abraham Lincoln. If I ask you to just compare the two, comparison, I may ask or I may not ask. I can just ask you to talk about their contribution to emancipation, whether this one or that. But I may also ask you to compare Abraham Lincoln to Alexander II. That's all what I'm interested in. Now, the only comparable social change of such, like I've said, Abraham Lincoln's freeing of the Negro slaves in 1865. But as a modern Russian historian, yeah,
Hello, Senior Justice. You need to alert Doc, maybe.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what is happening. My line would go off. Huh? Okay, so let me see. If it goes off again, then I know what to do. Okay. Yeah. So can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
So
Significance of the emancipation.
yeah, it was intended to give Russian economy, Russia, it was there to give Russia economic and social stability, and that's prepared the way for its industrial and commercial growth. It set out to do that, but it ended in failure. So this one we are doing analysis. We just want to see. It both frightened the privileged classes and disappointed the progressives. It went too far for those servophiles in the courts who wanted Russia to cling to its old ways and avoid the corruption that came with Western modernity. They felt that modernization in a lot of corrupt practices, so now should just cling to its autocracy. It did not go far enough for those progressives who believed that a major social transformation was needed in Russia. There is a larger historical perspective. It is suggested by many historians that for at least a century before its collapse in the revolution of 1917, the Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution. Okay. Imperial Russia had been in institutional crisis. The Tsarist system had been unable to find workable solutions to the problems it faced. If it was to modernize itself, that is to say if it was to develop its agriculture and industry to the point where it could sustain its growing population and compete on equal terms with its European and Asian neighbors and international competitors, it would need to modify its existing institutions. This it proved unable or unwilling to do. There lies the tragedy of emancipation. It is an outstanding example of Tsarist ineptitude. Its introduction held out the possibility that Russia could build on this fundamentally progressive measure and modify its agricultural economy in such a manner as to cater for its vast population, which of course doubled to say 125 million during the second half of the 19th century. But the chance was lost. So reduced was the peasant as an agricultural worker by 1900 that only half of his mega income came from farming. He had to sustain himself by laboring. So much for Alexander II's claim that he viewed the task of improving the condition of the peasants as a sacred inheritance to which he was honored bound. Okay, so now the revolution, the Russian Revolution. So that saw an end to autocracy in Russia. So I think the road to revolution, and that is what we would do to end. And maybe we won't look at the causes of. We don't need to even look at the causes of the revolution. But anyway, let me pause here and ask ask you questions on comments and anything that you have with respect to some of the things that we have gone through, especially the emancipation. Alexander II's this, and initially introduced you to the idea that Russia was so backward, so backward so far. If we look at other European nations and Russia, so Russia was so backward, and the backwardnesses emanated largely from the issues of peasantry and serfdom in Russia and the serfs that they were in their condition and the rest. So it didn't happen. And so it affected the economy of the Russians so much. And so they were always in the backward direction anyway. And especially because they were not allowed to travel to be exposed, so that they would be exposed to. I think if you had read about Peter the Great, then you get to know some of these things. Yeah, but I don't think this course will look at Peter the Great. If you have done Peter the Great and the things his reforms in Russia, you understand some of these things and understand Russia far better. But this time, I'll just give you an idea about the slaves in America and the serfs in Russia. So just chipping the era and introducing you to this era, this rulers who made efforts to tackle the issue of serfdom in Russia. Alexander the First, Nicholas, and Alexander the Second, and the outbreak of the Russian Revolution. That saw an end to the Tsarist regime. Okay, so the road to revolution. We'll not waste time on all. They don't have time to go through all these details. So we'll just look at maybe the revolution itself and its effects. I'll end here. If anyone has questions, then we ask, so that we switch to other West African colonial rule. We give ourselves some few minutes break, about 15 or so to 20. Then we'll come back. Hello, are you with me? Oh, I'm still offline.
Yes, you are not offline, sir.
Okay. So, Doris, you are here. So, Doris, are you here? Doris, I'm Asante. Madam Doris, can I hear you? Hey.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Patrick, can I?
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Doris, you're on floor. You get to talk.
Well, let me finish with Mr. Patrick first before I come to Doris.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Mrs. Doris Asante, please, will you mute yourself so that to help me?
So I'm listening. I'm listening. What I hear, then I hear. I'm having a hearing problem, so I'm using hearing aid. I don't get all.
Mute yourself.
Mute for us. What is mute for us? You're having hearing problem, then we are in trouble. So okay. Now you have muted. You have muted. Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm looking at the Nicholas assessment reform. Some of the literatures he brought to bear to make sure that Russia will revive or Russia will come back to its status. So if you can throw more light on some of the literature that inspired the fear in the Russian government.
Yeah. So as you have said, and I don't know whether you have had lessons on Peter the Great. Have you read about Catherine and Peter the Great?
Yeah, I did a little bit, but I didn't do further reading because we were not into that. I read about a little bit about Peter the Great, how he began, and through Catherine's effort that he established certain policy that to help the Russia to gain its strength and so on and so forth. But I didn't go far.
So reforms of Peter the Great. What are some of the reforms of Peter the Great?
Military
and how Saint Petersburg. Have you heard of Saint Petersburg?
Yes, sir. So it was through him that he came on board.
So if we trade it, you know that originally Russians were not allowed to even travel or to be exposed to Western other European ideas and so on and so forth, and tracing it from there. So these things are so I don't know. If you look at Russian history in Europe, I think it's an odd, very, very odd, and in the sense that they had remained in the dark for quite a long time because of some of these things. Even not allowing people to travel, not allowing literature to flourish, writings and things, not exposing them to all these issues, then what will happen? And so they will not even read, they will not even have access to literature to read and be exposed to things that are happening elsewhere and all these things. So the censorship. In fact, I would advise that you just read better about Peter the Great, so that next time that I meet you, I can throw more light on this and all these things. How, because the censorship and all that in Russia. So if we say we're going to do that, time will be too long, and I'm not interested in this for your exams. No, that is not part. Or for the things that we are doing here. So I don't want us to go back that, since we have left some other things to cover. You understand what I'm talking about? So
sir,
that's why
thank
I'm saying that I'm actually interested in Alexander II and his
Okay.
reforms, especially that towards the peasants and the serfs. That's all. So
Okay.
that we look at Lincoln's what Lincoln did in USA and what
Okay.
this man is also. You understand? The things I meant. If you say that we are going to bring all this, and you suffer. So
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
that. So you are welcome. Can we now move on to Doris? Doris, whatever you were saying, I want to get you.
I trust you are all doing well. I just got an information that's there's going to be an inaugurational opening of the PD this morning at 9 o'clock. So please, those of you who are around and who can make it should try as much as possible to come around.
Okay. Doris, can you hear? Hey, Doris, can you hear us? Madam Doris, are you with us? Oh, okay. So you have hearing challenges. So
Sir,
that's
you
why
cannot hear us, so we can continue.
okay. So let's break for about 20 minutes and come back. So let's have about 20 minutes break. So 8:30 we shall come back, please. Thank you. That's Anna, did you get me?
Yes, Doc, please, I'm here.
Yeah, so we are breaking. We'll commence again at 8:30, please. It's now 8:12, so 8:30.
Doc, please, I have a little question. I have a little question here.
Okay, go ahead.
The Emancipation Proclamation, which formally ended slavery in the U.S., was one of the Lincoln's most notorious actions during the Civil War. Doc, how could it be a notorious action?
So I hope you record what you are teaching so that after that I can go over again so that it will benefit me.
Doris, this one I don't record. It's the people who will do the recording. I don't know whether today they recorded or not. Yeah, because the time that I was using Zoom, that I had to record myself. But this one they have made it so special that you see that link is from them. So they record it and we don't have access to recording it. I think we cannot record it unless they decide to record it.
Okay.
Yeah, so your question again, Justice, and I said, why was it notorious or what?
Yes, please, because something that ended as slavery, how could it be a notorious actions during the Civil War?
What do you understand by notorious? Want to say something notorious? What is it? You additionally, what do you understand by that? To say something notorious.
That is well known for a bad deed or something.
Well known for bad deed.
Yes, let's say this boy he's a notorious boy, like well known for his.
But look at the context. Look at the context. You read that place that you read that. You look at the context. Come on with your question again. And then you understand.
Okay, so the Emancipation Proclamation, which formally ended slavery in the U.S., was one of the Lincoln's most notorious actions during the Civil War.
Yeah. So so we are talking about. So that word is not saying that Lincoln was bad or whatever. So
okay.
It's not saying that he was bad or whatever. That one. It's just giving an idea about one of the significant things that he did during that period. So it's something that he really committed to. You understand? And that is why we're actually interested in him and Alexander II. You understand some of the things that they did, because this canker had been the source of their challenges, both US and Russia, and the backwardness of Russia could be explained to this. And I just gave you some number of revolts within a short time in Russia, and the revolts were always characterized with instability, chaos, anarchy. Things came to a halt. So if we had this canker, and it will trigger, and they will take up. So you would then see, and that's why we said that Russia, for example, had been backward for a long time. And again, these serfs in Russia, for example, they were so primitive. In fact, my professor, who taught professor, they will say that they were so primitive. In fact, I don't want to use the word. I mean, I don't like using words like savage, primitive, barbaric, because when the European used on us, we were not happy, and we were saying that why could they use on us? But the Serbs in Russia, they were more than that word. Yeah, if there's a proper word that we can use, a proper diction that we can use. For these people, for a long time, and even where there was modernization, they were not ready to stay to look at when industrial revolution started in Great Britain. Look at second half of the 18th century. So the 1750s, that is started, modernization started and spread throughout European nations, and within short time, most of the European nations became industrialized. Look at this time we are talking about until the outbreak of the revolution in Russia in the 1917 revolution. Then you could see, and this period that we are looking at, and the Serbs were not ready at all to adopt to changes or modernity, and they will say that we will not do. So they wanted to use their hosts and their classes in reading, and if we tell them to, no. And grandfathers and ancestors did not do that. They will never understand, they will never do anything. So that was the source, the major source of the Russians' problem and their backwardnesses and all. In the midst of all this, I touched on the instability and the turmoil that characterized with these eras or period, because anything at all, then they will be revolt. They don't understand anything at all. So such a canker needed to be faced. Who took such a bold step or initiative to face it? Others tried, and because the nobility, they did not want to touch them, the gentry class, they were there and they didn't know what will happen. So but of course, that was what happened when Alexander II came in, and Lincoln also took the bold step, and so forth. I think, as I said, let's come back. We have also spent some of the time answering questions, so we'll come back 8:40.
Okay.
Instead of 8:30. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, guys. Sir Justice, if you have the slide, you can put it in the group so that I can download it, please. Sir Justice.
I believe the slide has been given already. If you can check from the platform, all the slides has been given. Philosophy, Russia. No, Russia is, Russia has been, I don't know whether Senior Justice, respond to that.
Check that. I've checked, but
yes, everything is there. Russia, Latin America, and then
I remember.
Everything.
Yeah, I saw everything. So please, you can go back and check. You scroll up to the app there. You get it.
I've scrolled up, but
You
still
check
it's not.
you check all the platforms. You send it to all the platforms.
Okay. No.
Okay, maybe you can WhatsApp him in a private way so that you help you out.
Okay, so the name that you use for WhatsApp so that I can see.
When you go to your WhatsApp, you go through the group WhatsApp. You scroll up there, you see Mr. Justice Anand's name, and then you tap on it. You link him.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, boss.
Yeah, hello. Hello. Yeah, Mr. Patikadu. Mr. Patikadu. Mr. Patikadu. Yes, it's online. I'm talking with you, but nobody is.
Maybe we were just a little bit out. I was just reading and my earphone was down.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Then
sir.
I think we can start. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we are. Let me share the screen so that we continue with West African the colonial rule. Okay, so welcome back to West Africa and the colonial rule. Yeah, welcome back to West Africa and the colonial rule. I think this is where we ended the other time. Oh, yeah, just I think we ended here last time that we did West Africa and the colonial rule.
Yes, please. The British policy on indirect rule.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we did explain what is meant by indirect rule. Did we explain indirect rule? Do you hear me, please?
I hear you, but
Yes, Doc.
but that day I was not part of the class. That's why.
Oh,
Maybe
okay. Okay. Yeah. So indirect rule. I think we saw the reasons for the introduction of indirect rule. But anyway, let's go over some of these issues again.
Okay.
Okay. So indirect rule, as you say, can be explained as a type of local administration by which the British made use of the legitimate African traditional institutions and personnel to administer their colonial territories. In other words, the British ruled through the use of the existing office or institution of chieftaincy, let's put that way. So they ruled through the chiefs, in short, and the chiefs were the natural leaders of their people. Now, this was usually the case in all parts of Africa where they adopted the indirect rule policy. The British, in certain instances, had to create warrant or artificial chiefs where there was the need be. The basic objective was to eventually establish Western democratic institutions and practices without destroying the traditional setups. So they wanted, was it the case? But of course, we saw that one would argue that that is what maybe. But was it directly? Did they think about African interests and not, because if that was the argument, then why would they also make the chiefs stooges? Because they were really consider our chiefs as divine, yeah, that they should be respected and institution. So then why did they reduce them to nothing? Or be that as it may, I think this is just the one leg of the argument. Now, the system of indirect rule was first adopted in India and later in Uganda before Lord Lugard, who have experienced its application in these countries, adopted it in northern Nigeria. So that's the background. And even in Ghana here, you see that Gettysburg was the one who applied this or who adopted this. Now, the success of Lugard's introduction of the system in northern Nigeria, plus its exposition in his book, The Dual Mandate in Tropical Africa, convinced the British government that indirect rule was a good system of local government that could be applied in West Africa. So he was convinced that, wow, it was good, and especially when Lugard wrote about it. So the British colonial government considered it essential to adopt the policy of indirect rule due to certain factors or reasons. So let's look at factors for the adoption of indirect rule, or why the British adopted indirect rule in Africa. Now, so we have, I think that, I don't know whether that you mentioned some of them. I don't want to be reading my notes I have here just to speak to it. But let me start from the introduction so that we come to the factors and mention them in passing and go. Now it must first be appreciated that the British adoption of indirect rule was considerably affected by the political system practiced by the British home government, the monarchical system of government. Yeah. So in Britain, that was the monarchical. I never up to now we have that system, monarchical system of government. And one would also argue that in Ghana, for example, it was the British that we couldn't, as we speak, we don't have monarchical system of government. Had not been because of the Anglo-Asante wars, and they finally defeating Asante and colonizing Ghana. Ghana wouldn't have been colonized, and if that had been the situation, then Ghana would have been a monarchy with the Asante having, with the Asante leading. The Ghana wouldn't be a republic as we speak. But of course, everything is good. So now, the British also appear to have admired the existing political and social institutions which were highly developed. They then decided to avoid full westernization of the local people and institutions. Instead of destroying the existing traditional political and social setups completely, they decided to retain and develop or modernize them. Hence, the adoption of, so that was one of the reasons. And lack of sufficient administrative officers or British personnel on the spot was also one reason. They didn't have enough personnel to adopt adopt direct rule, because direct rule would require that they should station or they should route with their own whites, their personnel, their British officials, and they didn't have enough. And even bringing them from Britain to Ghana here, giving them residence, they come with their family, and they're paying all of them, giving them what do you call it, residences and all everywhere. No, they're going to be so, and will they even get such people? Especially looking at the fact that the climate due to the harsh tropical climate, and especially where they were dying of malaria, could they have gotten their numbers to be here? Their untimely death as a result of diseases and harsh climatic conditions, could they have survived? So they thought twice, looking at the history of even the early period of the European presence here and how many of them died because of disease and climatic conditions. They were smart to say, okay, fine. Again, the issue of what insufficient funds to administer. So if they were going to pay, if they were to even use British officials, they have to pay them. Were they going to get funds to pay them? For example, the money given to the British colonial administration to administer Ghana was as little as 4,000. 4,000 pounds. Now, this did not attract most of the British officials to come and work in the colonies. So it was just meager. And would they get people throughout Ghana? Again, the size or the vastness of the of some of the West African territories or their colonies in West Africa. Yeah, some of them. Yeah. So, for example, the large size of the colonies and large transport and communication facilities were against the adoption of indirect rule, against the adoption of direct rule. Now, some of the territories, especially Ghana, was so vast. Lorry roads, railway lines, and railways were not available at the time. And the first railroad to be constructed was that of Sorpon Order, who started in 1895. And so how could they apply direct rule? They will suffer. They could not even move from one place, so it will be difficult for them. Again, the British hoped to obtain ready markets for their surplus manufactured goods, and they were available. The desire of the colonial government to make the chiefs rather than the educated elite the link between the government and the indigenous people was also a factor. Why do you think this was a factor? Why do you think the British would want to make the chiefs rather than educated elite the link, or the link between the government and the people? Why do you think? So who is answering the question? Just go ahead.
Sir, the reason being that the educated elites will continue to demand higher remuneration, and sometimes they can challenge them because they are educated. They'll be able to challenge them when it comes to decision making at the council. So for them, they believe that the uneducated chiefs, or let's say the stooges, will just accept whatever that they say because they are there to be given a little stipend and sometimes drink just to appreciate them. And also the mere fact that you are able to be called to the council for decision making is also a form of honor. So the chiefs saw this as an opportunity. They also saw it that if they give the intelligentsia or the educated group opportunity, they will influence them. And even it will lead to the inroad of independence so fast and so quick. So they decided that they are not going to adopt them, but rather they will use the chiefs in doing so. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good, very good contribution. Is there anyone who's going to add to what Mr. Anai said?
Sir, this is Edu Patrick, not Mr. Anai.
Yeah, Mr. Patrick, go on. Hello.
Hello, sir. I said it's Patrick Edu's contribution. I contributed.
Okay, good. So then, can we have another person? Yeah, can you have another person to also share? So, Mr. Edu, we are grateful. We are so grateful. Others, I want the people to talk briefly. Can I get? Let me see. Mr. Kawasaki Ken. Mr. Kawasaki Ken and Label. Let's have Kawasaki first, then Label will also follow. So why did the British, why did they prefer to use the chiefs to the elite, Mr. Kawasaki?
Coming to rule themselves seems costly. As to you just said, they getting personnel and paying them, giving them residence and all that involved a lot of cost. And they also saw that.
Did you get the question? Did you get the question, please? We're asking for that one. We're okay. We're asking, why do you think the British preferred to use the chiefs in the administration instead of the educated elite, those who had formal education?
The chiefs were not educated, so they could maneuver their way through them, and probably anything any policy that they bring, because they could not read to understand, they will just agree to it and convey it to their people.
Okay, thank you. Labor, can we hear your voice? Robbie.
Yeah, hello, Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I don't have any idea about it, but I think maybe the chiefs are the leaders, and if they want to do anything, they can use the chiefs to consult their people. That's why they use the chiefs other than the elite peoples.
But the chiefs were illiterates at this time. No, it's not even nowadays that we have chiefs who are all over literates. Now we have even professors who are chiefs, and so at the time the chiefs were illiterate. Most of them they were, and they even they had to use interpreters to So and the educated elite were already there, and they could speak the language, the English language or the language of these colonizers. Still they preferred using the chiefs to the elite.
Okay, look, maybe the chiefs were those who they can manipulate. That's why they choose the chiefs instead of the educated.
Okay, Nino, what do you also have to say? Thank you, Mr. Lebel. Nino, what do you also have to say?
I think they were the means to the people that they can communicate through them to the people. And if you are able to overcome the king or the chief of that time, you are the one ruling the people. And it was also maybe it will reduce their cost of funding of the elites. That's my idea.
Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you all for your contribution. So good. I think you've made significant contributions. But who is so Doris, can we hear your voice? Did you hear the discussion so far? Doris. Doris, did you hear the discussions? Or can we hear striker? Champion.
Doctor, that's Uno. I've had problem with my phone. That is the reason why today I'm using different distance to join the link.
Okay, good.
Yes, Doc. I see it to be enhancing legitimacy. When these people knew very well that when the chief act in their name, the rule appear more legitimate and acceptable. So it looked like the change from within the community is not from any foreign policy, but it is coming from the chief themselves. So these people use the chief because they wanted it to appear to the people more legitimate and acceptable. And also, it would look like the change came from within the community, not from foreign force.
Okay, so but what about the current elites who were also in the community? Did they come from a foreign force? And they're not in the community?
Yeah, because I was also thinking that we believe that those who went to abroad for education, it would give a lot of respect. If you look, use Dr. Kofi Bifebusia, Kwame Nkrumah, for example, and then Kwagri Agri, they were respected individuals within the society. So my brother needs to come out.
Moreover, Doc, these chiefs were respected and obeyed by the people. So it was easier to enforce British laws and collect taxes through them.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. When you get to the functions of the chief, I think you'll get things clear. So I will not even come in now. I think when you get there, we'll see things. Okay, so good. We'll continue our discussion. Okay, so now the desire of the colonial government to make the chiefs rather than the educated elite, the link between the government and the indigenous people was also a factor in the adoption of indirect rule. So they preferred that they had to use the chiefs. The British intentionally wanted to sideline the educated Africans and had the anxiety to stop the practice of appointing educated Africans to responsible position. The educated elite were seen as civilized people who could see through the mechanizations or machinizations of the British. So they know understand because they know they had read things about the Western world. They know the philosophies. They know things that They know that people had their fundamental human rights. They had read the words of Rousseau, Voltaire and Co. And even Montesquieu. So they had Western. They were well educated, and they knew the else. So if these such people are in position, it's not likely that, as somebody said, they could bring some of the things that they felt that no, these ones are not part of the civilized society as we speak. So the educated elite were seen as civilized people who could see through the machinations of the British. The British were also aware that the educated Africans were looking forward to the independence of their respective territories. So why would they now bring them to position? That's why if you look at the Africanization of during the colonial period, the issue of Africanization, Africans were the educated elite were excluded from the positions because they felt that should they give them positions, they use it against them. So the British therefore employed the chiefs whom they regarded as the true representatives of the people. Yeah, as the true representatives of the people. And so, please 1 minute, few minutes, I'm coming. Okay, okay. Hello.
Hello, Doc.
Sorry, the light went off, but fortunately it has come just now. So, and because I'm using yeah, the what do you call it? Uh, okay, so I think I was giving you. Hey, I've not shared. Yeah, because I'm using the router, so and that one you have to connect it to light. And for the laptop, they can be there for even 5 hours more than that, no problem. But the router is connected to the internet, so once there's light out, it automatically affects it, and the internet is affected. Oh, okay, yeah. So now we made the point that they felt that yeah they had to exclude the uh, the educated elite who were civilized and could see the ills and so forth, and rather use the illiterates. Linguistic problem further made the adoption of another reason for adoption of indirectly was language barrier or linguistic challenge. And so, the adoption of indirect rule, the only alternative to the British authorities. The British did not understand the language of the local people, neither did the local peoples understand their language. It would have been extremely difficult for the British if they should adopt direct rule. Could they speak directly with the people? So they felt that should they do so through the chiefs, it would be better for them. And the indirect rule was introduced into Ghana because the system had been experimented with and were successfully in some African countries like Uganda and northern Nigeria. I think we have said all this. Now there are some main features of indirect rule. Indirect rule was applied so in essay. If I ask you to discuss 4 reasons for the introduction of indirect rule by the British, I think it's very simple. We can do 4 reasons for the adoption of indirect rule by the British in West Africa. I can explain. These are some simple things. I think I've already forwarded the slides to you, so you have no problem. Indirect rule was applied very readily in British West Africa. In Ghana, Southern Nigeria, the Gambia, and Sierra Leone, indirect rule was not applied in its original form, as in Northern Nigeria. But the system had some features which were common to areas where the policy was adopted or applied. Now, this included the governor. So we had the governor there, and we also had the residential, regional, and district commissioners, then the native authority, the native treasury, the native courts, the native police and prisons, and the provincial council of chiefs. So these were some of the visible things that or feature that you see in areas where indirect rule were adopted or were applied. Now, were there advantages at all of the use of indirect rule? Yeah, it helps solve the problems of lack of enough British personnel. So this I'm not going to touch on that. You because I've already touched on the reasons, so that will give an idea. So again, it helped the British inside their vast territory. So these are things that I don't have to waste time at all. So as also indirect rule brought about the maintenance of law and order in the traditional areas. It also served as the made it possible for the chief to be used, also as a kind of local self-government where the chiefs were used by the British to rule their own people in their own traditional setting. Again, indirect rule protected the British administration from possible social uprisings, which might have developed if they had adopted direct rule. And again, the system enabled most native groups and most ethnic groups in Ghana and other areas to come together. Now, were there some shortcomings, disadvantages? Yes. Indirect rule, one is that the policy created divisions in the area that it operated. Now, under the system, the traditional rulers were recognized as holders of political authority to the complete exclusion of the educated elites. So there was what became known as the struggle between the natural rulers and what. So the chiefs saw themselves as natural rulers, and the educated elite also saw themselves as legitimate rulers because, of course, or leaders. So the struggle between natural leaders and legitimate leaders, because of course the chiefs saw that they're from the royal homes or families and they are supposed to rule their people. On the other hand, the educated elites saw themselves as they understood the language of these Europeans, and because they had themselves gone there, they had attained Western education. Some of them were lawyers, some of them were so. Of course, they felt that they understood them better, and so they could rub shoulders with them. They could question certain things, and they will not be koturi and prostituting and saying yes, sir, and they will be implementing certain things. When they felt, so you see that kind of squabbles that would exist. So this brought about conflict between the two groups of people, and this explains why the educated elite spearheaded the fight against the native authority system and the entire British colonial rule. Whereas the educated elite and the chiefs had cooperated in their opposition to certain British policies, such as the Land Bills of 1897 in Ghana. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and by the early 1920s, they had also become divided into opposing groups. So that would tell you. Again, the system created divisions among the people in the traditional areas. As some people, together with their chiefs, embraced and enforced the system of indirect rule, while others oppose it. And this led to slow development and disunity in some of the traditional areas. In areas like Eastern Nigeria, where there were no centralized traditional political authority, the system could not operate effectively. So it retarded political and constitutional development because, in areas in such areas, because the political rulers or because the powerful rulers, the aim is suppress nationalistic sentiments. So these things delayed. Again, the direct rule created mistrust and loss of confidence in traditional rulers. The colonial governors reserved the right to approve of the installment and disbursement of chiefs. So how possible? Chiefs, we saw them, we revered them, respected them. We know that they represented, the living and then the spirit world. Look, they could be distilled and they could be installed and uninstalled. In this way, the government could reject qualified and radical nominees as chiefs and approve persons who would act in the interest of them. So the educated elite strongly opposed that system. Again, most chiefs became corrupt because under the native treasury system, most chiefs collected more funds than necessary and failed to account for them. and so it gave them way to become corrupt. Again, indirect rule was undemocratic because the British could appoint warrant chiefs or artificial rulers, and that was bad. That was actually bad. Yeah, some chiefs also became autocratic and ruled cruelly. Even some chiefs continued to wield power because they had the support of the British, and that was bad. Yeah, the subjects that regarded the chiefs as traitors since they sided with the British and refused to defend their own people against colonial injustice. The last thing I can say here is that indirect rule intensify pre-existing communal differences based on ethnicity and language or religion. Okay. Now, having seen indirect rule, let's see how indirect was applied in West Africa. Let's also see how the French policy of assimilation was also adopted. The French policy of assimilation. Now, the French policy regarded their colonies not merely as areas of imperial exploitation, but indeed as provinces of France itself, as an extension of France. So that is why Paris and other. So if you look at Senegal, so Paris, and yeah, as extension, yeah. So they were ruled from from Paris. Now they as province of France, which they must finally incorporate into their metropolis. They therefore adopted the theory or the policy of assimilation, which sought to assimilate the peoples of French West Africa through Western education in order to make them French citizens. So they were required to imbibe French culture, that French way of life, the French thoughts, French ideas, French language, French education, and their mode of dressing and all. None of them behave like Frenchmen, in short. So the word assimilation is the noun form of French word similar, and which means to cause, to resemble. So the French assumed that their civilization and culture had attained the highest possible standard and were thus superior to all others. And so they set out to impose their civilization and culture on other nations whose civilization they regard as inferior. So in setting out this civilizing mission, the French believed that other peoples, whether white, black, or brown, yellow, were capable of being assimilated into their culture and assumed what was good for the French as people and nation was, so that was, they wanted to then become Frenchmen in thinking, in behaving, they were behaving, everything. So the black peoples of Africa and the yellow peoples of Asia were to be transformed into Frenchmen in speaking, living, behaving, and thinking like Frenchmen. Now, the territories in which they lived were to be identical to the provinces in France, economically, socially, administratively, and of course, politically. So assimilation was thus a comprehensive colonial package which sought to influence every aspect of the lives of the colonized peoples and also mold the colony as institution society in the image of France. So to become a French citizen or what we refer to as the Ivory, one had to fulfill a number of requirements, including birth in one of the 4 communes or municipalities of Senegal, so St. Louis, Gorée, Dakar, and Wafusque. Having held with a merit a position in the French service for 10 years, one should be able to read and write French. Look at the requirements, I beg you. Providing evidence of good character and possessing a means of existence. One should also have been decorated with the Legion of Honor or the military award. An African man should again have only one wife and be a Christian and have knowledge about French. So even that's what I say, that the French culture and way of life, even our religion, and so it should be a Christian and have knowledge about French law and administration, policy. And even you should have one wife. So that meant that African culture should be relegated to the background. So you don't have to follow our culture. Because they saw theirs to be superior and ours inferior. So we should drop them. So French citizenship went with certain advantages. Once you acquire all these, you're able to meet this criteria, and you acquire French citizenship, then you enjoy citizenship. One was that once an African became a French citizen, he was subject to French law and had access to French courts. He could access French law and courts. He was also exempted from the indignat, that forced labor. He could commute compulsory labor for monetary payment. Finally, he could be appointed to a post in France and even in the Federation of French West Africa. Yeah, it would be work. Now, the desire of the French to assimilate other people could be traced back to the 17th century. However, it was not until the 19th century that French deliberately set out to practicalize this policy of assimilation. In West Africa, the doctrine of assimilation was first applied in the urban coastal. Hello. Yes, please. Good morning. I'm having online class, please. Can we speak? But please, from where from you? May I know you briefly? Yeah, I'm having online class, so if you kindly permit me, when I finish, I'll call you. All right. Okay, sorry, let's go on. Please pardon me. Yeah, so I was even thinking one of you was calling me, but when I picked. Yeah, so now of course I've said that, yeah. So that was that. Now in West Africa, the doctrine of assimilation was first applied in the urban coastal areas or communes of Senegal. And so I've just mentioned these: Saint Louis, Dakar, and Wefus, and even Gorée. Okay, so the inhabitants of these communes had long contact with the French to be assimilated into French culture. And so France found it relatively less difficult in accepting these people as French citizens. The four communes had their own elected municipalities and conseil, that is general council, on the same model as the metropolitan municipalities. The four communes also sent a deputy to the French Parliament or Chamber of Deputies, and the Senegalese in the four communes were declared. They were declared French citizens and exercised the same political rights as French men. Now, the end of assimilation policy. The idea of converting Africa into French citizens failed. It could not work well. By 1937, out of a population of 15 million in French West Africa, only 80,000 had become French citizens, and it's a total failure. So if you had a population of 15 million, and we are talking about only 80, not even 100,000, then you know that it's a total failure. And out of this 78,000 were citizens by the virtue of their birth in the four communes of Senegal. Eventually, the French abandoned their policy of assimilation in 1945 as a result of a number of great difficulties in the way of executing the policy. And one was the failure of the policy. One reason for the failure of policy was that many Africans in the Federation could not speak the French language. One. Again, the policy failed because it was expensive. It was expensive because it was like a kind of direct rule. Again, the policy was quickly abandoned in the French Federation of West Africa because they had few qualified Africans themselves who refused to apply for the citizenship. Those, even some of them. And again, senior French civil servants resented assimilated Africans who asked questions about their rights and privileges and criticized official French policy. And so that actually brought the end. These were some of the challenges or some of the shortcomings of assimilation policy adopted by the French in West Africa. And so they now adopted the policy of association. They adopted the policy of association. And the policy of association, French policy of association, is like indirect rule of the British. So now, as I said, the French would drop assimilation and then adopt association policy, which is a kind of indirect rule. Thank you. Now let's look at the Portuguese policy of assimilation. So the Portuguese also adopted the policy of assimilation in Africa through a decree passed in 1917. And this decree specified the requirements that subjects in the colonies had to fulfill in order to be assimilated into the Portuguese culture. So they had to be well integrated or assimilated into the Portuguese culture. And that was significant. So yeah, they had to be well integrated or assimilated into the Portuguese culture. Now, yeah, so those who were assimilated were referred to as assimilado. And to attain the status of assimilado, a person must have completed official primary school and be able to read, write, and speak Portuguese. So if you could not speak in, the Portuguese language, then of course you were out. The assimilados were provided with an identity card, and if the card got lost, that person also forfeited his or her identity of assimilado, and that's very unfortunate. In spite of all the training that you have gone through, you could not be issued another identity or ID card. But once you misplace it, that ended your assimilado status. So the Portuguese colonies were segregated into one whites. So assimilado mestricos. These were persons of mixed African and Asian blood. 2, mulattoes, mixed European and African birth. 3, the indigenes or the natives. So the indigenes or the natives had restricted civil rights and personal liberties. For example, the education of the natives was restricted to a 2-year primary education in a school located in a village. So you will see the discrimination here. On the other hand, the whites and the mulattoes enjoyed various civil rights and liberties. They enjoyed various civil rights and liberties. Then the German policy of paternalism, that they regarded Africans as children who needed to be guided to civilization. So the administration of German colonial rule in Africa lasted from 1884 to 1918, when the World War I ended, because Germany was punished or humiliated so much. You see, when we were looking at it, we said that Germany was humiliated. When we were looking at World War I mentioned that Germany was punished severely, and she was condemned to a small principality. And so they took away all the colonies of Germany. Don't forget that Germany was also the last European nation to come to Africa to acquire colonies. In other words, to acquire colonies in the ongoing scramble for impartition of Africa. Because initially, Germany had interest in Europe itself and not even coming to Africa. But on grounds of prestige and on grounds of other, on grounds of prestige and glory, she decided to come. And so she became the large European nation to acquire colonies in Africa. Now, as I said, so from 1884 to 1918, when her ambitions in colonization also ended because of the defeat of the Central powers in World War I, and the terms, the Treaty of Versailles imposed on Germany. All her territories or colonies were taken from her and given to the victors. That's why Togo was given to France to take care as a caretaker, and Volta region that mandated Togo also given to the British. And that's why that part is now part of Ghana, because once British colonized Ghana and was looking up to that place, when we were about to have independence, was the question as whether they would want to be with us to attain independence or join their brothers and sisters in Togo. And the president said to be with us, hence they are now part of us. I think we did colonial Ghana, so I don't want to bore you on some of these issues. So as I said, it is worth noting that only was Germany the last European power to acquire colonies in Africa, but not only Germany, as I've always said, she was the last to come, but also the first to lose her colonies in Africa. So in objective, take note, the first to lose her colonies in Africa. She was the last to come, and also the first to lose her colonies in Africa. Now, it was largely due to hello, mute for us, please, we beg you. Yeah, to acquire overseas territories, especially in Africa, that made it possible for Germany to come to Africa. Yeah. So the quest of the businessmen, and they want to acquire, yeah, on ground of precision and that sense. Especially in Africa, that made it possible for Germany to come to Africa. To this end, German annexed Togoland, Cameroon, Tanganyika, and Southwest Africa. Take note of German territories in Africa. Now they adopted paternalism, which is very important, but we need to touch on it here. So yeah, paternalism was a direct. I think let me be fast and speak to issues, otherwise we will not finish. I want to finish this call. So paternalism was a direct system of administration adopted by the Germans, and it was born out. I've written a book and I've a little work on this paternalism. It was born out of the belief in the superiority of the European race and culture, and that they had a mission to guide African civilization. So they considered Africans as children who needed to be guided. And so Africans were children. So the Germans saw Africans as children. So each colony, so due to the African, colonial Africans were considered as children who acquired protection and guidance from them. Each colony was split or divided into districts headed by district officers, and they known as the basic Southman. And there were also a detachment of a policy whose responsibility was to ensure the maintenance of law and order. And so we have the Akida. They also had the Akida. In the event where there was no German officer in the area, African chiefs in Tanganyika as Akida were also nominated. And so you know how their system worked. With that as it may, it must be pointed out that the Germans made great strides in the provision of Western education and now that sense. Now the role of the chiefs. I don't think this one we are going to waste time at all, because for the chiefs, you know the role that they played. Yeah, so they serve as a link between the people. DS. So in the local government, the British adopted what came to be called indirectly. We have said that the French also adopted the assimilation policy, but even though later they changed the association. But of course, but don't forget that the British first of all used direct rule before they also changed to direct rule following the coming of Gordon Gettysburg, yeah, in Ghana. I'm talking about in Ghana, yeah. So in French West Africa, okay. So in French West Africa, the chiefs were used for the collection of taxes. So we're looking at their rules: the recruitment of forced labor, the conscription of men into the army, and the compulsory cultivation of selected crops. It's not drops, crops. Some selected crops. They cultivated certain crops. So selected crops were cultivated. All the chiefs were salaried officials of the colonial administration. Since the salary paid them was a pittance, something in none other way insignificant, nothing to talk about. Nothing significant or to talk about. The chiefs usually supplemented their salaries by illegal levies on their people, which aroused further resentment against them. Now, chiefs in French West Africa did not, of course, did not have their own local authorities or their own courts. The chiefs did not necessarily have hereditary claims to chiefship. They could be appointed chiefs just because they spoke French and had proved their loyalty to France as clerks and civil war. They did not even come from the same ethnic group, as the people over whom they were made chiefs. Now, the British, on the other hand, rehabilitated the chiefs whose power and influence had been systematically reduced. And so each traditional area was constituted into authority, where the Almighty or paramount chief of the area and all important stuff a council. Candle mute, please, candle mute for us. Yeah, so traditional rulers in British West Africa were responsible for appointment of all officials. They were deemed again, they supervised development. So they were appointment of all officials. Traditional rulers in the British Africa were responsible for appointment of all officials who helped them in the administration. The chiefs were responsible for such officials who were appointed by the chiefs were responsible to the chiefs. They also supervised, they were in charge of supervision and supervised contact leaders in the areas. Who are those making noise? Please. Can you hear me?
Is champion striker, champion striker, champion striker. If you can mute
Honorable Champion Sparker, we beg you, can they mute? Yeah, so we are looking at the functions of the chief, both sides, either side, the French and then that of the British. So please pay attention. Yeah, as I said again, they were in charge of supervision of developmental projects such as roads, sanitation, markets, and schools. They also ensured that money was obtained to pay the salaries of this official. They perform other roles like maintenance of peace and security in the traditional areas. They also help to restrict the manufacture of local liquor, nauseous drugs or poison, and the cultivation of poisonous plants. Now, native courts were also established to preserve the power of the chiefs. So the chiefs or their officials played the role of presiding over the courts. They were there and they settled issues. And so matters with regard to marriage, divorce, land, and succession were tried by the traditional rulers. Also, some criminal cases, including assault, oaths, abuse, and slander, sedition, and disobedience to customary law were also they attended to some of these issues. So again, they were used as agents of British rule. Yeah, they were charged with the responsibility of ensuring the British colonial laws and policies and implemented them. So they did that. Okay, now again, this even came to play important role in the central administration in their respective territories. Yeah, especially following the creation of the Provincial Council of Chiefs. Yeah, the most important function of the chiefs under the policy of indirect rule was the collection of taxes. Take note, the collection of taxes. And so the chiefs had control over the native treasuries that were set up. Yeah, the British authorities levied taxes on the local people, and it was the responsibility of the chiefs or their agents to collect the taxes and pay them into the treasury. The treasury also received fees and fines from the native courts, and these were their source of revenue. Now, unpopularity of chiefs under colonial rule. We have seen the functions of them. Let's see how come we say that they became unpopular. Now, the traditional rule of the chiefs in formulating policies for their people in consultation with their elders, however, began to change. Now they were we changed under the British rule. In the British West Africa, the native authority system eventually became highly unpopular with the subjects of the chiefs because of the role they now played. Now, the colonial government viewed the native authorities as developing into constituencies for the election of some of the chiefs to represent their people in the future. Parliament. Again, commoners almost everywhere resented taxes on them by the chiefs without their consent. So the local people were generally not averse to taxing themselves for developmental projects. And again, the third major grievance of the local authority system was that the colonial government unflinchingly supported the chiefs. Whether right or wrong, they will come to their aid, and that was bad. The chiefs in French West Africa were even more unpopular than their counterpart in the British West Africa. Many of the chiefs in the French colonies did not even have any hereditary claims to their chiefship, and they had to bear the brunt of their peoples. They had to bear the brunt of their peoples with sentiment of taxation, forced labor, conscription into the armed forces, and compulsory cultivation of selected crops. Now, on top of that, many of the chiefs in the French colonies extorted money from the people to supplement their meager income they received from the French authorities. Indeed, chieftaincy in French West Africa was so debased in the eyes of the people that, with rare exceptions, there was little desire to retain it after independence. In many independent French-speaking West African states like Guinea, Mali, and Benin, chieftaincy as an institution had been abolished. Chieftaincy was revived in Cote d'Ivoire, not for political purposes, but in the interest of culture and for the promotion of tourism. Now, so we have seen colonial rule, we have seen direct rule, we have seen the policies that they adopted. We saw colonialism and the policies that they adopted. We saw indirect, we saw assimilation, we saw assimilation in adopted by the French, assimilation adopted by the Portuguese, and then the Germans' paternalism and their strengths and weaknesses. We also went ahead to look at the functions of the chief. So now, and then some of the negative ramifications of the native authority. And I think I've seen all this. So how did the people respond? How did they react to the colonial situation? And how did they recover their self-rule? I think that will give us an idea, which I'm going to not read this one, but maybe you will read it. So it is conspicuous, as we are aware, that they had lost their sovereignty to foreigners and other metropolitan powers. And they couldn't resist because of the method that they adopted. So the use of military, in other words, expedition, military for caution, force, and of course also sometimes they also adopted the use of persuasion or sign of treaties and whatever. Okay, no. So some colonial historians and defenders of the colonial situation have created the impression that West Africans submitted themselves to foreign domination without any protest, and that is not true. That is not true at all. Yeah, that's not true at all. Now, the concept of nationalism can be interpreted variously in many contexts. So now that we had come under them, then there was how did they respond? How did they respond? Don't forget that they had superior weapons at the time, and so it was not easy as we think now that we could confront them. So now, there were various efforts made to get rid of this canker, hence nationalism. And nationalism can also be defined as the feeling of devotion to one's country and the interest of its people. So you are devoted to your country and you have the country at heart. So you're going to fight, how you're going to defend, especially the struggle to recover to one country as sovereignty from domination that has been dominated by people. In relation to the last definition, there's evidence to show that the spirit of nationalism permeated the West African sub-region before the outbreak of the World Wars, or even the Second World War. Now, so the first evidence is the founding of independent African churches. So some were founded, independent African churches were founded, and again, we have some such churches, and then again, so and the when they were founded, you know that the next evidence is the elites' demand for good governance. So they demanded for good governance. And here during the colonial times, indigenous West Africans made several demands. So the most prominent among such challenges to European leadership in politics were those West Africans who had received Western education. So the elites people, I think I've already touched on them. Why am I wasting time here? And again, the third evidence was opposition to land alienation and the land question. We heard even Ghana, the ALPS. So in short, we have nationalism being into two. We have what somebody will say, but I'm not good there. I would say we have cultural nationalism. I will not be saying going to that trajectory. But of course, I would be happy to say that there was the issue of cultural nationalism. That's nationalist activities before, before, in other words, from up to 1939, up to the commencement of World War II, all the nationalist activities there were regarded as cultural, or in other words, some people would say proto-nationalism. Okay, then we have radical or militant nationalism, and that is after the end of World War I. We had the interwar years. That is from 1939 to 1945 was the period of World War II. The course, in other words, the course of World War II. So after that one, then of course you knew that things had changed. So that is where political parties will be formed to fight. So we'll just delve there. So every piece of land had an owner. So, for example, the ALP, the Aboriginal Representation Society, that was formed in 1897 to oppose the issue of the land question in the Gold Coast, was a cultural nationalism. And if you look at Saba, John Mensah Saba and others, if you see that they wanted to revive the culture of the people, and that was why they set up Infancy School in 1905. So these people revived. In fact, Infancy School, as you say, you know that it was set up in 1876. It's not true. It was not set up in 1876. But of course, you have the name still, the date still 1876, and that's why we ask anybody who is not historian when was Fancy School set up, and they said the first school. Even though I taught in that school for some time and I was the head of the history unit before I left there to lecture at the university. You see, I'm a historian, I historicize and I say the truth. You see that the Western High School they set up, in other words, the first senior secondary school set up by the Western Mission in 1876 collapsed. It collapsed. So it was during the era of this cultural nationalism, nationalist period, led by Saba and Co, Edward Sam and others, that they revived the school, the collegiate school, or the Western school that had become defunct, and they rechristened it in Fansepen. So that's why the name has nothing to do with the Methodist Church or the Western Mission. So look at in Fansepen, thousands of fantas would benefit from the school in Fansepen. So thousands of fantas will attend. So if you look at the crest and the things there, it was just the crest was just designed and developed by Mensa Saba, Mensa Saba himself, and so on. So, but the credit is given to the Western Mission since they started first secondary school in Ghana, situated in Cape Coast. So they also give the credit. That is why now we still accept the date 1876. Okay, and so the Fancy was established in 1876. But if you had to go into details, it was not established in 1876. Membership included all the leading scholars of Ghana, some of whom were lawyers and talking members of the ALPS, the Aborigines Right Protection Society. The immediate aim of the ALPS was to oppose the 1897 Lands Bill and act as a watchdog to protect and defend the people's interests against the colonial government. The land issue had considerable effect on other parts of West Africa. And so they even succeeded in sending a delegation to London, where they succeeded in meeting Joseph Chamberlain, and they got it reverted. Now, okay, so that was it. And before let's chip in briefly about the West Africans and economic nationalism. And in this era, there were attempts in colonial times by West Africans to assert themselves economically as well. Now, the NCBWA, that's the National Congress of British West Africa, formed by Joseph Hayford in 1920, was a very important instrument in this direction. Now, the formation of a cooperation to be known as the British West NCBW, the British West African Cooperative Association, to found banks, promote shipping faculties, establish cooperative stores, and promote or produce buying centers in such a wise, and that will help. Okay, in the end, this coincided the time that Christy Hayford also founded the National Congress of British West Africa, and that's very important. And so this way, some of the things they set out to do. African such as John Ayew of Ghana, J.K. Kuka of Nigeria, in their respective countries, tried to organize farmers and cooperatives, and so the cooperatives purchased the farmers' produce, especially cocoa, and these were some of the strides made in the area. Now, where the National Congress of British Africa could not do much, individuals took it upon themselves and helped the system. So the economic policy of the Congress was put into practice by a man whose name is virtually known to modern scholars. So Winifred Tete Ansah, you have heard about him, made a significant contribution to the economic history of British West Africa. Tete Ansah formed 3 liability companies. He founded West African Cooperative Producers Limited, in Accra in 1925. So again, he founded the Industrial and Commercial Bank Limited, which was originally registered in England in 1914. And again, you can look at Tete Ansah's companies. So was the West Africa American Corporation, which was incorporated at Delaware, USA in March 1930. All these were attempts at economic nationalism, and so forth. Now, like Ayew and Kuka, Tete Ansah also failed. Several attempts were made between 1930 and 1937 by which Africans, Yeah, to break therefore these were made by Africa to break the monopoly of the West, of the Europeans. So A.T. Okansi was one of first such West Africans who joined the UN Tanzania. And so they were intended to promote the economies and economic well-being, hence economic nationalism. Now, I've already said that all the nationalist activities before World War, before 1939 or before World War II broke out, we say that they are cultural or proto-nationalism. We have the ALPS, and I said they did a lot. They had their objectives, and what they achieved. As I said, they promoted the culture of the people. They established infancy school, or they promoted secondary education, and they serve as platform, or in other words, the mouthpiece of the people and all other things. Okay. There was also the formation of the National Congress of British Africa in 1920, as I've mentioned. They came out certain demands, establishment of universities in all the British West African country, West African colonies, and then establishment of the West African Court of Appeal, WACA, and several others. Half of the members of the legislative council should be elected by the Africans, and the need for the British to stop interference in chieftaincy and many others. Okay, anyway, these are just shipping some of these issues. Now, following the outcome of World War II, or when World War II ended in 1945, things changed. Things changed at all. Things changed. Here again, you know that all those in the war. So because of that, even though Britain and her allies won the war, they had become weak. They had become so weak. And so now USA and Russia would emerge two world superpowers. So things will change now, of course. And once this, so the powers that had many colonies that were so much interested in acquisition of colonies were France and Britain and others. Yeah, France and Britain and others. So they had been, even though they had won the war, World War II, they had become weak in terms of finance, in terms of military, and even psychology, everything, because the Africans who went there, their colony, who went there to help their masters solve their weaknesses and many other things. So that it changed the trend of nationalism from cultural or proto to now militant or radical, where the people now wanted their independence and nothing else. Okay, so that will intensify the struggle for independence. So the struggle for independence in West Africa and by extension Africa has been analyzed to have gone through four main stages. The first stage was the pre-World War II elite agitation. For example, the NCBWA for good governance, economic nationalism, etc. The second stage is the involvement of West Africa in the World War II in the struggle against Adolf Hitler's Nazism and Benito Mussolini's fascism in Germany and Italy, respectively. Now, the third stage is the violent agitation for full independence after World War II. And the fourth stage is the armed movement against white government, particularly the 1960s. And this was particularly in the southern part of Africa. Now, the Second World War was a major turning point. As far as nationalism was concerned, it has been argued that Africa's involvement in World War II must be seen as a collaboration with imperialism, but as a commitment against Germany and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, so in short, as I've already said, it changed the tense change, and it made nationalism militant or radical. So you know, now Second World War was significant to the West Africa and African nationalists. This is because the war and its fallout were to provide the momentum to the nationalist movement. So I've said that USA and USSR, now Russia, emerged as the two superpowers in the world. And these two superpowers put pressure on the imperial powers of Europe to compel them to grant independence, to their colonies. In fact, during the First World War, Lenin is believed to have said that when his party came to power, they will systematically start to incite rebellion among the peoples now oppressed, all the colonies and dependent countries. And so these superpowers now also assigned to themselves certain global rules and carved a new system of sphere influence. And so they contributed immensely to the overthrow of colonialism. So because people saw that now we have the partner of West Papa West, so why we still remain under colonial rule? So they fought again the formation of the UNO in 1945. The birth of the UN was to contribute to greater rapid decolonization, in other words, independent nationwide. Because now the more the UN took on the image of the community that genuinely represented humanity, the less work came. So now on grounds of humanity, every country should have its own sovereignty. Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, so they wanted that, and so that was also against colonialism, and so the nationals took it upon themselves. So the next point is that the wars were believed to have been motivated by the desire to fight against conquest, tyranny, and inhumanity. It was therefore unthinkable that colonialism should be allowed to exist. So the reason was that colonialism was itself seen as incompatible with the freedom of humanity because it was seen and believed to form a tyranny and conquest. So in August 1941, Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt of the US signed the Atlantic Charter, which denounced injustice in Europe. And the charter called for self-determination for all subject peoples. And so this is also another issue, the Atlantic Charter. Very, very significant. Even, so all people who were under colonial rule could use the charter to have independence. And that was important. Again was, another thing that we can talk about was that the rise of radical politicians, so the leftists in France and Britain, is one of such factors. In France, the socialist communist majority in the Chamber of Deputies 1945 was very important. In Britain, the accession of Labour Party to power around the same time was also an issue that we need to mention. Okay. Then, of course, Africans themselves are said to have been the most important factor in the fight against colonialism in Africa. The reason is that Africans became better positioned to articulate their demands. They formed political parties. In Ghana here, you see that after World War II, the UGCC, the United Good Convention, was formed. That was formed. And later the CPP was also formed. And so it was through these parties that the country gained its independence. And so there was the end of the decline of European empire. So European empire began to decline. At the end of the Second World War in 1945, European nations still claimed ownership of vast areas of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia and Africa. The British Empire was the largest in size, consisting among others India, Burma, some parts of Africa, for example, South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana, and many islands and territories such as Cyprus, West Indies, and Hong Kong. France had the second largest empire with territories in Africa, including Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Mali, Cameroon, Gabon, etc. Indochina and the West Indies. Britain and France still had Palestine and Syria, respectively, in the Middle East, and were taken from Turkey at the end of the First World War. Other important empires were those of Holland, Dutch East Indies, Belgium, Congo, Portugal, Angola, and Mozambique, Spain, Spanish Morocco, and Spanish Guinea, and Italy, Libya, Somalia, and Eritrea. However, by 1975, almost all these European empires had ceased to exist. A number of factors originating from both internal and external led to the decline of such European empires. Now, let's look at some of the internal factors, both internal factors. The first was led to the collapse of the empire was indictment of the late 19th century imperialism, which became evident at the beginning of the 20th century. So thinkers like Hobson in work like Imperialism, a Study, and Lenin in his work Imperialism, the Last Stage of Capitalism, and others had started criticizing imperialism. So now people saw that move. Yeah, so persuasive and appealing were these accusations against imperialism that many people and organizations paid heed to this and contributed significantly. Again, in Britain, Prime Minister Clement Attlee on September 10th, 1942, argued in the British cabinet that, in the view of Labour Party, the British electorate would not be content to go on bearing a financial burden in respect of colonies, from which the advantage may accrue to a capitalist group. And these views won the hearts of many people in Europe and made them dislike the idea of holding on to colonies. Another internal factor of the decline of the empire was the effects of the Second World War itself. So the war demonstrated, now the war made those belligerents fashion so weak militarily. They were not strong because many of them died in the war front. They had become weak military and everything in terms of finance too. They were weak. So the end of World War I saw the economies of the European country highly devastated. Even capitalist strongholds such as Britain and France were devastated from lack of food, clothing, shelter, medicine, medical care. And that's why during the war, USA supplied a lot of material, and that's why they became powerful. No problem. Yeah, so the destruction of Europe also ruined the reputation of the imperial nations in the eyes of their colonies. So those who went there, don't forget that again, they also saw the weaknesses of such people. They felt that the white men were superior because the way they had propagated themselves to us. Now, when they went there and saw some places very dirty, and they saw that after all they were even better and capable, some of the Africans even rose to command the army. And the army of both the whites and the blacks. And it was said that one St. Anthony of Ghana even rose to the rank to command the army. At a point in time. And a small Buddha that will hit a white man will be shouting on top of his voice and will try to calm him, and he will not. An African will try to control himself. And what was even worse was the issue that the fact that the women did not help, because some of them followed, they even chased the African men for sex. And these people that they had thought that they were gods, now they saw them, nothing. So that surrounded African, the southern European superiority over African got broken instantly. Again, 10 years after the independence of India and Pakistan, Ghana regained its independence. So some of these things, no wonder that these people will try to fight for their freedom. There were also external factors, and some of these external factors, and that led to the decline of European empire after World War II was effects of the war itself. Effort on nationalism and nationalist movements. Political parties were formed, and were formed. In the Middle East, okay, so now, Germany encouraged Arab nationalism against the French in the Maghreb, and the British and the French promoted nationalism in the Middle East against Germany's ally, Turkey. All these were some of the contributing factors. When you get to the read for the details, some of them. Now, the development of and prosperity of the colonies were held back in the interest of Europe, and most of the people continued to live in poverty. In India, the Indian National Congress Party had been agitating against British rule since 1885 and others. It can be realized that these were proto-nationalist movements whose immediate aim was, I think, was not to seek for independence, but of course, to enjoy in the system. By following the World War I and its outcome, so following World War II, the end of World War II and its outcome, that changed the trend of things, or the trend of nationalism, and became militant, as I've already said. Political parties were formed to spearhead the struggle for independence, and in the case of Ghana, as I said, the UGCC was also formed, and the UGCC was formed, and later the CPP formed, contributed significantly to the overthrow of decolonization. So, in other words, the contributions of Africa in the First and Second World Wars were actually significant. And I think you read that. So the First World War, otherwise known as the Great War, was primarily a quarrel between European powers that concerned Africa, both. So I think as for the World Wars, I've touched on the World War II and so and so forth. But you then be able to take note that both wars, directly and indirectly, affected Africans because at the start of the hostilities, the greater part of Africa had been dominated by the European belligerents. Those were involved in the war, the fighting camps. Campaigns were fought on African soil, which though they solely marginally affected the course of the war, had also effect on Africans themselves. So, as pointed out, Africans contribute towards the war efforts of their colonial masters. So they went there to fight. Both combatants and non-combatants, they supported their masters. So Africans in the British and French territories jointly contributed towards the capture of Togo and Cameroon. Togo easily surrendered to the Ghanaian soldiers who fought for the British. It is reported that the capture of Togo by Ghana regiment was the first victory to be recorded in the First World War, and some of these things. So, by February 1916, however, Ghanaians and Nigerian soldiers, with the support of their counterparts in French and Belgian Africa, had successfully captured Cameroon and other areas. So now again, Africans made financial contributions apart from military-wise and their support. They also contributed financial towards the war efforts, both wars. Ghana paid 2.5 million pounds. Nigeria paid 1.495 thousand pounds. While Gambia, million pounds. While Gambia contributed to 10,000 pounds. In addition, Africa supplied food for the soldiers on the battlefield. So that's what I said, short, combatant and non-combatant. The non-combatant people or troops were those who supplied food and other logistics, medicine, and all that. I don't want to bore you, you are tired. What is more surprising is that these foodstuffs, French, West Africans, these foods are required French West Africans to be the major suppliers of foodstuffs. The reason that France required French West Africa to be the major suppliers of foodstuffs. What is more surprising is that these foodstuffs were to reach France, not by sea, but by land across the Sahara. So that is one of the things that. So it is not surprising that Africans' participation in the World War II had some socioeconomic effects on them. And to begin with, World War I had general negative influence on the trade and development of Africa. So that was there. Now the Great War caused trading to stop with several countries, as well as Germany, one of Africa's main targeting partners before the outbreak of the war. African experienced another negative consequences of the war through the exclusion of Germany from the trade. Actually, Germany was considered the big partner of the trade, but she was excluded, proving their defeat and other things. Okay, and one other thing that I would say is that the role African played in First World War as a supplier of foodstuff to feed the soldiers in the war considerably affected the socio-economic lives of their people. The very men who could have cultivated the food crops were those who were conscripted into the army so that they could send food and the rest to the people, and that also affected Africans. On the social front, some of the major consequences of the war on Africa were revolts and migrations. People migrated. There are revolts and migrations. The implementation of decrees that authorized compulsory conscription led to several revolts and people also migrating. Don't forget. We have also explained the role that African played in the First World War. It has been emphasized that Africans were conscripted into the army to fight and also serve as carriers. They also served as carriers. In addition, they supplied food to feed the soldiers on the battlefield, and so forth. So these were some of the things that they did, and so Africans or West Africans contributed significantly to the victory of the Allied forces in both World War I and World War II. I think that's where I'll end my discussion and everything on the course West Africa under colonial rule. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And then you have questions, you ask the questions that you have. I think these things are very simple and straightforward. And I don't think, So if you have any comments, any additions that you want to, something you want to add, or anything that you want to say, or you have questions, you can ask. You can ask. But for this course, I think we are done. For West African the Colonial, this is all that we shall do.
Okay.
As for USA and Russia, I think we are also almost done. We only look, maybe if you want to look at the revolution, fine. If not, then we end at Alexander the Second. Then we are done. If we give you so many things, you will suffer. There's you need to read all, and I don't think we need to bore you.
Yeah.
We need to bore you. After all, I'm setting the questions, and I will not set questions to cover what I haven't taught you. No.
Okay.
And as I've reduced many of the things, but I just added them, thinking that, but yeah, we will know the things so that maybe at your own time you can even be exposed to some of them and read them.
Okay.
Yeah, but not for your exams and other things. What I've discussed with you are those that I will set questions to cover.
Okay. So thank you very much.
You are welcome. So now I think then that we so philosophy of history is where we have to, and I think we are quite tired, so we need to, what is the time now?
It's now 10, 12.
Yeah, so
we are left with a few minutes to get about 4 hours.
Okay, so let me pick someone. I'll call. I'm coming. Hello,
Okay.
Doc. Good morning, no Doc. Yami Adumo, but you're not so. Okay. Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello.
Hello, doctor.
Hello, Doc. So you have not had time to even eat, take breakfast, because I started from 6:30. So why am I stressing you? No, I don't want to do that. Life is important. You need to at least take breakfast, and if you want to even take a bath and do other things, so that later in the day, if you can get time to look at philosophy of history a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So
can we fix a time so that we'll just keep ourselves in tune with it, so that when it is time.
Okay. The time that I'm supposed to have a certain meeting, I'm not sure of when that meeting is coming off. So if I give you a specific time and it also coincides with that, I will be. So you if it will not worry you, when I get that time, I can communicate with, I can know that meeting time, and I communicate with just assignment to tell you, so that I wouldn't keep you. You come and I'll tell them I'm sorry. I beg you, please.
Okay.
You are important people. You are important people, and I beg men, so I don't want to do things that you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, Swaka, I've seen your hand. Champion.
Yeah, Doc, I want to ask, which part will the first quiz cover? Which part of the slides?
You said
in the early days
will be from which end to end? Which end?
You said which one? I didn't get you.
I'm asking the first quiz. Where will it cover?
When are you writing it?
On the 16th.
November. Yeah,
on the
16th of November.
That's when we're starting the first quiz.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the exams will be when? Because I've not set any of them.
Right after that, the following week.
Right after that, the following, and that's when they say that I should submit it. Okay, they have been giving me. Okay, no problem. So we are not done. When I don't think she'll cover so much, but because I've not said that, I don't want to commit myself. So we're going to say that, Dr. Boachi, you said that to end here and you have said to cover up to this place. But I think it will not cover so much. These are the only 20 objective questions. So it will not cover so much. It will not cover so much. But I think next time we'll meet, if I can give you a fair idea, I will try.
Yeah, 15th to 16th, and then 23rd to 30th.
Then I have to quickly work on the questions. I'm going to be simple questions. Okay, anyway. So let's go and find something to eat. Since you have not eaten, we'll meet at another time.
Yeah, so we are grateful to you and thank you very much.
Okay. Well, bye for now.